And we're just under a minute. So we're going to get started here soon. We're going to pick up where we left off. We were doing some tree clearing and planning out where we want certain things to be. And I think that's where we're going to continue on. We got a few water holes we need to fill in and one lava pool that I noted needs to be filled in and a couple other things that we're going to do. We're going to start off actually with something else, something I was trying to do and didn't quite finish, and we're just going to jump right into trying to finish up that particular project. It's a small one, it ain't going to take long. It is not going to take long. I've been in the South too long. But yeah, let's get into it and boom, we got that up. Oh, the game's not up. Uh, Give it a few seconds. And let's check. Yep, there we go. We're back up. All right. So what we are actually working on, the reason I have all these lava buckets, is the Hoglin farm. The Hoglin farm is not producing cooked meat like I thought it would. This is a design that I've seen a lot of other people do, and like I said, it's not making cooked pork. We're getting tons of raw pork. And as you can tell from my levels, we did do another overnight AFK session. Oh, it's full. Okay. But yeah, this is where we're at now, and we got all this pork cooking up in here with a couple of smokers. I may end up extending this. We got infinite lava, so I'm not too worried about how much lava we end up using. And I may end up building another one out here just so I'm not going back and forth through the portal. But yeah, that is the small project we are working on right now. I've just got one more set of buckets to do, plus another one. Actually, I need the rockets. What am I thinking? But yeah, we've been up here AFKing overnight at the gold farm, getting ourselves some levels, getting our tools fixed up, and just kind of thinking about things and sleeping. Lots of sleeping going on. My whole schedule is like mixed up and all sorts of weirdness going on with it right now, but the world seems fine, life seems fine. And did I mention which puppy I have with me today? I have Mocha Latte with me today. I'm not going to pick her up. She is still recovering from her surgery. She's not going to have any more babies. It's not something I planned, but that is what the family decided because they didn't want. They didn't think they could handle another batch of puppies because we got too attached to two of the three, and they were heartbroken over selling one of them. So they decided that it's best just to get them fixed so they don't crossbreed and not to try that again. It is what it is. But yeah, I've got her up here today. She's still recovering. She's got about another week before she can really move around, and that's why she is just kind of sitting here with me. Family is off at work today. They are not going to be able to work from home, so I have to take care of her and the others as usual today. And she's been a sleepy girl. She hasn't moved a lot, which is actually a good thing. And hopefully, because I did note this is pretty full already. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're not going to worry about these last four slots. That should be more than enough to get the pork chops cooked up. Not that I really need that because we do have the auto chicken cooker. But I have noticed since I updated to 1.19, the auto chicken cooker is a little bit slower these days. That, and we can't really do anything else with the pork chops. Unfortunately, there is no other recipe we can make with these, and we got quite a bit of raw pork chops, as you can see. And it's not like I'm on a server where I can share these with everybody or sell them potentially. So I got to do something with them. And unfortunately, because of the way Mojang has done the composter, you can't put food items like meat into them. So steaks, pork chops, yeah, they just kind of collect. I'm going to have to figure out a long-term solution for that. But as of right now, I've got nothing. Okay, so we do have the rendering distance down so that we aren't dealing with the frame rate issue. And over here, if you remember our setup from yesterday, we've got a few shulkers here for collecting up the dirt and the grass. And we've already started filling up this third one here, which is fine because we are going to have to reuse that and redistribute it in places. Like I see that little hole there we're going to have to fill in. If we come over here, let's go on fly up to our pedestal. You can already kind of see what we're going to be using the dirt for. We got a lot of water patches we got to fill in, and we need to come up with an idea for how we're going to do this terrain. Excuse me. Let's get a little sip of water. But yeah, we got a few areas we need to fill in. There's a big cavern under here. We're not going to fill the cavern in. We are going to do the thing that I was saying. I don't know why people do it. And that is just cover it up and leave like spaces down below. I am going to try and light it up a bit. I don't think I'm going to use torches for that. We're going to find a different source of light to put in there. And then up here, we've also got a couple of water holes here that I haven't finished filling in. I did terraform this a little bit. You can see, let's grab a spyglass real quick. You can see that that dirt there still hasn't transformed into grass. And we chopped away everything on the top on this section here so that it's flattened out to this level. And back there, unfortunately you can't see it, we also did a little bit of terraforming over here. And I'm thinking that's probably where we're going to pick up today. We got a water thing that we're going to have to fill in there. I don't want to tear apart the mountain too much. That side we're probably going to flatten. This one here, we're probably going to flatten it, but not as much as the rest. I'm thinking maybe about this level here is good. And then we're going to like build this up a little bit, and we've got to do something about the wall here because it's just completely flat. I may do a retaining wall and have the road, like potentially have the road going right through there and then coming up here and having this as like a retaining wall and putting some kind of build over here. I'm not exactly sure what just yet. This is all just prep work for the eventuality of making a city. And let's go over here to our bed because it is getting night. But yeah, that's where we left off, and that's where we're going to pick right back up. And I'm not really sure what subject to talk about today, or where to actually start with some of this. I mean, we're just kind of winging it, just doing a live stream of all of this. Because there is a lot of prep work that we got to do, and then we got to come up with ideas and all that, and yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. We just got to do stuff to get ready for what we will eventually be building out here. And I think probably what we're going to do, I still need to finish clearing that area, and unfortunately, because I did decide this level for our building purposes, our little hole over here is now going to be completely gone. So unfortunately, we're not going to have like a little road going through that. That was something that I thought about doing, and then when I got to work on clearing all this, I realized that I was going to have to destroy that. So let's just go over here and continue tearing up the terrain again for what we are going to eventually do. And while I'm thinking about it, how is everybody? How are you guys? How you going? How's your Friday? Is everything good? I'll give you a minute to comment. I'm waiting. Are you commenting? There's nobody in chat again, so this is more for people on YouTube. But yeah, I'm good. We're just gonna get on with the grind because this is going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I have no idea how long this is gonna take. Because we are going to build a massive city. And then a lot of the resources are going to take a lot of time to get, such as the coral. I'm still kind of stuck on the coral. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if that's the path that we need to go, if we need to choose something else. I have been thinking about it a lot, and the lack of half slabs does create a kind of a problem. So we may end up changing that and going with something else, but as of right now, I've got nothing. Because obviously if we do cobblestone, we're kind of limiting ourselves on the texture palette, but we'll have access to slabs. Because I don't plan on putting stone brick in the roads. Now we could use cobbled deep slate, and I have been suggested to use cobbled deep slate as well. It just doesn't fit in. The coral, if you recall from the previous stream, the coral block I was saying looks exactly like some of the roads in Victorian era roads and cities. So I really think that that is our best option for what we're going to build eventually. But again, the lack of half slabs and stairs is kind of something that I'm not really sure what to do about. It's just something we're going to have to deal with in the future. And we're still a long way off from actually doing that, so it's not something that is a pressing matter. And mostly we're a long way because we still need a few items that we can easily get a hold of. More infrastructure. However, I did want to start showing progress towards the city build and kind of not put it off any longer. And a few things that we're going to try and do before we get the city going is, let's go ahead and fly over here. I want to try and get these builds over here done. So like our Iron Golem farm and Nether Portal tower, I want to get this done. I want to get the breeding chamber for the villagers done. I want to get my own house done because it's been over a year now sitting without a finished roof line, and we need to add a little bit more shape to it. I went back and rewatched Mythical Sausages video on building a steampunk house, and he did some things that we may go in and try and do. Though I'm still kind of out to court on that. We got it's once again we've got just this box kind of look. We're not getting that detailed shape of more seasoned builders. Yeah, so we got to work on that a little bit. I mean, sometime in the future, we'll probably do a live stream again of being in the creative world, working on the design of certain builds and using reference photos for that. We got to get better at making steampunk. And I think starting off, we need to work on being able to build in the Victorian style. And once we really got our hands down in that and got a good feel for what we're doing, then we can start making our own builds. But for now, that is one of the reasons why I've put off actually doing the city. Again, the resources necessary is another one. That's why we've been building farm after farm after farm, such as expanding the lava farms so that we got fuel for smelting various blocks. And a few things like that, like the shulker farm was necessary so that I have plenty of shulkers in order to carry all the supplies that I'm going to need. Like, since we built that shulker farm, we've already made like another, I don't know, 10 shulker boxes. So that should tell you just how badly we're going to need those. And that wasn't even for putting stuff in there so we could build with it. That was mostly so we got somewhere to store it instead of having a massive storage room. Which I'm still debating turning the top of the sheep farm into a storage room. I don't know if that is something I want to do. I kind of don't want to have a massive storage room anywhere. But at the same time, it is going to be necessary. That is generally one of those things that everybody does, especially when they got big projects. Having a big area to store everything is kind of normal, I guess is the way to put it. But yeah, that is something that is still kind of up in the air whether or not I'm going to do it. And I'm probably not going to do one that is automated either. Because again, well, we talked about this the other day in the live stream, but that kind of stuff like generally lags people out, and it even will lag you out of your own world. I know I've had quite a few worlds that I've done where I went redstone crazy, making different systems and everything that came from big YouTubers and big Minecrafters that ended up just causing me so much lag that I couldn't even play the world anymore and had to restart. And in one case, it actually corrupted the world because there was just too much going on. I have learned quite a bit since then, and one of the things you may notice in some of these builds is we don't have ridiculous hopper lines everywhere. And if we do, like in the iron farm, I don't know, I haven't shown the inner workings of that. Actually, let's start up here. I have learned that if you put certain blocks on top of it, it'll prevent any lag coming from the hoppers. I'm not entirely sure which blocks, to be perfectly honest, but I am aware that that does that is a thing. Let's see if I can talk, because talking is difficult, especially when you're just essentially talking to yourself for hours on end. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at with things. It's where my mind is at with what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. And, just general thoughts like that. Nope, that's the wool. Good thing about doing all this is we are going to get plenty of dirt resources. Actually, I probably should have kept some dirt on me, because we're going to fill all this in. I don't need the torches right now, let's just use that. There is more stuff we need to look up now that I'm thinking about it. More specific Victorian era buildings that we need to look up. And then we got to figure out a way to put a steampunk twist on them. Again, and I keep saying again, it's like the whole so thing. So this, so that, yeah. We got to work on that because that's not something I want to get known by. But what I was going to say, if you know a content creator that is really good at steampunk, please suggest them so that I can look at it, get some references, get some more ideas on how exactly to go about making steampunk. And maybe even like your favorite artist. Like if there's somebody out there that does steampunk art, I would love to look at that and get a better sense of certain styles and certain ways things should look. I have been eating up that kind of stuff, getting ideas for it. Actually, building it is another story, though. We haven't done much in a creative world in order to get a feel for building it, which is why I said we are going to do that in a future stream. I mean, we did kind of do that earlier this week. I think that was earlier this week. That may have been last week. Eh, time. Time is a real thing. And it's hard to keep things straight at times. And trying to keep on talking about a subject when there's nobody to talk to is also very difficult. Because then you just get into this habit of focusing on what you're doing, and you're not being actively chatty. But again, that'll change with time as we get used to this and as we get people into the chat room. But until then, it's it's just something I've got to deal with and try not to go silent on you guys. But when you're doing remedial things like this, like just mining out dirt or mining out stone, it's just something where your mind just stops because then you focus on the thing that you're doing. Mostly because, well, it's not really that it's important. It's just mind-numbingly dull, is what it is. And you end up just zoning out as you're working on it. I really should have brought some dirt with me so we can fill this in because we're getting pretty close. Oh yeah, we've only got a couple of layers left. Definitely should have brought some dirt. Definitely should have brought dirt. Oh, Scrabble. You know what? Let's just go ahead and get all this gravel. Because potentially in the future we may need it for concrete. As of right now, I've got no plans for using concrete, but you never know. You may come across a build design that 100% needs concrete. So it's always good to collect gravel when you got it. Granted, ooh, thinking about it, We've got the Piglin trading area, and they trade gravel, so we probably got tons of gravel right now. Oh well, it's fine. I need more rockets. Let's go over here first, drop off the gravel. No, don't put the chicken in there. Give me the chicken. Hit the frog light. Do that. Give me the gravel so that I know exactly which block it is. Get caught on the door, as usual. Put that there. We're going to have to make more rockets at some point. These are flight duration 2 rockets. That's why I'm not grabbing these. These down here are flight duration 3. And, you know, I'm trying to get better at flying. So we constantly are using that. The flight duration 3s. Yeah, let's get a half a stack in there. I try to save up coal. I really don't like using coal. I prefer using, wow, excuse me. I prefer using charcoal as much as possible. Because you can actually use the coal for building. Because it is the darkest block in the game, I do believe. Like, I don't think there's even a deep slate variant that's darker than coal. Oh. We got another thing of gravel. And I really hope the audio did not just catch that. My stomach is growling big time right now. And I need to stop real quick. Why? You can't get out of that. Hey. I need to... That needs to be on you, little girl. It's got to be right there. Right now we've got a little diaper thing on her so she doesn't lick her incision. Oh yeah, the gravel. I just forgot why I was coming back over here. Yeah, she's got a recovery suit coming. It should be here sometime today. And I've got to put that on her as soon as it gets here. But for now, we've got diapers on her. Though I will admit, I bought the wrong ones. I actually bought diapers for male dogs on complete and utter accident. Oops, speaking of accidents, we just fell. Okay, so I'm not really sure. We'll come back to this. Let's just... We're gonna fill this in right here. Just come over here. And fill all this in. Really? There is going to be this section here. Fill in any gaps right there so that when we come through here and start placing all this dirt down, we aren't worried about not being able to reach a hidden alcove. And I guess I should have made that down there a little bit taller because that's 3 right there. We're not going to be able to reach this. Come on. You know, as far as using up all this dirt, I mean, we still got a lot of terraforming to do. We're going to end up with a lot of dirt, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm also not sure what I want to have over on this section just yet. And one thing we are going to have to do is jump over to that creative world. I do want to lay out a foundation for the library. So we need to go measure the library and see just how much of an area we have over on that one hill to actually lay out the library. And I think we still got to do a bit of terraforming on it as well. I'm not really sure how much terraforming, but we do have to do a bit over there still. And it is getting very dark. Creepers. No creepers. Last thing I want is to get blown up by a creeper and have to get all the way back over here. Ooh, there goes my stomach again. I promise you I did eat before starting. But they've got this whole diet thing going on. It's more about portion control than anything. So the amounts of food that I normally eat when I actually had a normal job is quite small compared to what I've been eating now. Or quite large compared to what I've been eating now. I mean, I'm one of those people that can eat a whole pizza by themselves. Not an extra large, typically a large, and it even depends on the toppings. Like, yeah, food. What's your favorite pizza? Mine is Supreme, followed closely by Hawaiian. And anybody out there that thinks pineapple shouldn't be on pizza, it's absolutely delicious. Love it. Still no replacement for Supreme, though. Supreme pizza is my favorite. And actually, I kind of talked about food in Minecraft a while back. Well, not a long while back. It's a recent video that I did about changes to Minecraft, and one of the things that I pointed out that I feel like really needs to be updated is we need a food update. Like hire Guy Fieri and Gordon Ramsay and have them come up with a Minecraft based menu. Like give us some more food options. Like we got all these different items right now and there's not that many combinations of them. I would love to see something in vanilla Minecraft equal to Pam's Harvest Craft, where we got all these different food items that we can potentially make. Some of which are even, you can automate them. I know in, what is it? What's the name of it? It was a mod pack by Iscal. Fullcraft. There it is. Fullcraft. I know in Fullcraft, I did a whole automated system that made, I think there was 4 types of pizza in the game, in Pam's Harvest Craft, but I automated all 4 of them. So I had an infinite amount of pizza. It was great. I loved it. If you can't tell, pizza is actually my favorite food on the planet. I am a pizzaholic. And speaking of which, I really wish I had some pizza. Supreme, ham and pineapple. or one of my favorites that I don't get that often because it usually kills my stomach. Pepperoni and jalapeno. It's absolutely delicious, but it kills my stomach with all the jalapenos. Like, I am hurting after I eat one of those, but it's so good. Don't get me wrong on that either. I'm not one of those, the spicier it is, the better it is kind of people. I don't mind a little bit of spice, but a lot of spice hurts. So what did I say? I think this layer here, and you know what? We're not going to worry about doing too much terraforming on that right now. Man, what is with my voice today? And don't say it, because I know what some people are thinking. And yeah, you're probably right, actually. I do need to quit at some point. I've been trying to quit for nearly 10 years. I just can't get over the nicotine. Maybe one day we'll be able to get past it. But yeah, let's get off of that subject. We're talking about food. Okay, so pizza is my absolute favorite food. My favorite styles of food, uh, I absolutely love Italian. Italian is my favorite. Give me, well, maybe American Italian. We'll put it like that. I like American Italian with marinara sauce and noodles and meatballs. I love Italian, American Italian. I also am a big fan of Chinese slash Japanese. Like, the American version of it is very similar, but yeah, I actually really enjoy those. A good. I can't even think of the style of restaurant that's called. Hibachi. A good hibachi bar is always amazing. It's expensive, but it's really good. Get out of my way, chicken. Types of food that I do not like. I hate, absolutely hate Mexican food. To me, it just doesn't have any taste. It is bland as heck. I am not a fan of Mexican. And it's hilarious to me every time my family wants to go eat and they complain about what they see in the news. I'll never understand that. And we're not going to talk about politics. I really want to stay away from politics. But yeah, Mexican, I don't take me out somewhere thinking we're going to get Mexican because I will walk away. I don't like it. I can't stand it. Another close second, and I actually got into a chat with somebody about this. I was like, I don't like German food too much. I actually lived in Germany for about 2 years, and their food wasn't. It was kind of the same. It was bland, but you gotta also understand how they do their food. Their food is very bland for a reason, and that is kind of like if you know the proper way to eat white rice when you're eating like Chinese or Japanese or anything, um, you take a bit of whatever you got. Let's say you've got Lao mein noodles. That's the only thing I think of. But you eat a little bit of that, and then immediately after you eat it, you eat a little bit of rice. That way, the flavor of the lo mein noodles gets on the rice while it's in your mouth. And that is actually how you're supposed to do it. Um, but anyway, so the idea with German food is kind of the same concept, only instead of eating another portion of something tasty, you're supposed to be drinking a alcoholic beverage of some sort. Usually, whatever that particular place sells, because the two flavors, like the flavor of the alcohol, gets mixed into the food that you're eating. So basically, you take a drink of whatever it is you have. My favorite was Christeweizen, and then you eat whatever. Like I think I had. Well, it's really the only thing I can remember. Schnitzel. Then you eat a little bit of schnitzel, and the flavor transfers over. The two together are amazing. Like it's great. German food by itself, not so much. And I'm talking like actual German food. Uh, Doc M, if you see this, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's just how I feel about the food over there. It was very bland at times. Now, again, if you actually had like some kind of drink, and I definitely suggest, I say Christeweizen, but I can't remember. Like there's Christeweizen and Hefeweizen, if I'm saying that correctly, that are very similar. Only the Christeweizen was kind of sweet. Come on. And I actually preferred that one because I couldn't take the. I don't like the bitterness of regular beers. Um, and yeah, adults kind of like, censor that portion for your kids if they're watching. But yeah, I didn't. There was one of those drinks I absolutely loved, and one of them I couldn't stand. And I don't remember which one was which. We're talking, that was over 10 years ago. Not quite. Oop, egg. Make a wish. Uh, no baby chicken. Your wish did not come true. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. I got no control over that. As we stated yesterday in our live stream, I have very bad luck with that. Hardly ever manage to get a baby chicken. So I'm thinking this whole section here, we're going to do something interesting with the terrain here. I'm thinking we build up a retaining wall all the way back, and it's going to be on this level, so we still got another level we got to cut out here. Don't you be spitting at me. I didn't do anything to you. What was that? Yeah, I don't know anything about the uh, couple dozen llama heads that I have from Wandering Traders. Yeah, you're not related to any of them, are you? Are you? Uh, you are. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what happened to them. I just found their heads. Yeah, I don't even know how llama meat tastes. Not that you have any value as food. I'm sorry. Please don't mind me. I'm just going about digging. I'm not really sure how I feel about all the grass on these areas too. Like maybe we should. Ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was an accident. You were in my way. Please don't mind me. There's a hole there. Oh, I think I was already aware of this hole. Because I think it comes out over here somewhere. Yeah, right in here. I'm not sure what to do about that as of right now. You know what? This one I'm going to leave alone. We're not going to mess with that one too much. We could do something with that. Wait, how close is this? Where's this at? It's here. Our little pond's over there. That would be a heck of a curving water. Hmm. You know, depending on what we put up here, we could almost make this like a water feature up here that goes down into that little pond area down there. And I know we've been clearing out water, and then I'm going to build a massive water area there. In fact, we may go ahead and like start the process on doing that. Just for future reference as to what that blue is supposed to be for. Get out of my way. What's our inventory? Our inventory's fine, and we're going to have a lot of stone here soon. Okay, so where were we at? We were still talking about food. Yeah, let's continue talking about food. The type of food that I eat the most often is probably burgers. A hamburger, there's nothing that replaces just a good hamburger. I absolutely love them. Style of hamburger really just depends on what is available at a restaurant or if we're cooking at home. It really is kind of random. There's no set thing that I always get. There are some that are my favorites. Like, if you know what a one-eyed burger is, that is one of my favorites. And for those that don't, that is a fried egg on top of a hamburger. I don't know why. It's just really good to me. I love it. And it's also a fairly new thing. I want to say that's partly because of Guy Fieri. I'm not even sure I'm saying his name right. If he ever sees this, I do apologize. I'm not entirely sure if that's the correct way of saying it. Because I see Fieri, or I hear Fieri all the time, and I don't know if that's actually the correct way, because on occasion you do see where he has said, "Oh, you said my name right." And I hear Fieri more than I do Fieri. So I'm not sure which is the correct way to say it. And it just occurred to me, you know, there may be some people that have no idea who I'm talking about there. Clearly, you've never watched Guy's Grocery Games or Tournament of Champions. Like, those are some great shows, and it makes my mouth drool every time I watch one. Even if I've just ate, I start drooling. Because those chefs are absolutely amazing. And cooking was never something that I really felt like doing. I have cooked a little bit. I actually worked in a restaurant for a few years. Not really as a chef. We're talking like small franchise, like fast food type restaurants. I did have to cook occasionally, but not very often. I was mostly a prep worker, prepping up all the ingredients, that is. That's the main thing that I did the most. and working the register. I eventually got to the point where I was basically capable of doing everything, but still wasn't promoted to manager simply because I am a male. And then they made a rule immediately after promoting a female to a management position. They made the rule that nobody on the staff as a low-level employee could ever be promoted to a manager ever again. Yeah, and I went to school with that, the lady that got promoted. Now, I will say I did make some mistakes and ended up having to leave that job, but, that's way in the past. And we're not going to talk about the mistakes I made. We may need another grass shulker box. Yeah, we got plenty. We might as well just use them for that instead of making chests. I mean, we still got to make a chest, but... that is essentially the whole purpose of why we made the shulker farm to begin with. 1, 2... let's just make 3 more of these. Like I said, we got plenty of shulkers, so why not? Like we got these 2 stacks here that we've been using, and then I've got 4 shulker boxes full of shulker shells. And there's plenty more over at the shulker farm. So I'm not too worried about using these up for just grass. It's not a big deal. That is something we'll eventually use up, and can potentially even use these shulkers for other projects in the future. You know what? I'm getting tired of kind of having to run back and forth. Let's take some of these over here. Take some of the green inside. Because I've been running back and forth with the green being over there quite often. Then go ahead and shriek. And I promise not to say that too often. I know that's B-Dub's thing. There, and there. Let's get rid of the seeds, get rid of the poppies. I mean, I've got 2 flower farms. I don't really need more poppies right this minute. Maybe eventually. Hang on 1 second. I just got a text, and I am going to do this real quick. Hey, Mimo. Mimo. Moki. I'm being asked about our puppy. Yeah, she does. Your little diaper thing. Eventually we're going to have that recovery suit for you. I'm going to put that on you. And she's a good girl. She hasn't been moving too much. What the vet was saying is she doesn't need to be moving, like, a whole lot. And she hasn't been. She's been pretty good about just staying put. It might be because of the medicine she's on. I'm not really sure. But she has not been moving at all the last few days. Okay. Oop. Mistakes were made. And then mistakes were made again. Alright, so we're just going to keep this dirt on us while we get out all this stone, because we're probably going to have to put a lot of dirt in here. I think I may use some of the grass, because we are collecting quite a bit of grass, unfortunately. Again, I'm not too worried about it, because we are going to be using it for other purposes in the future. And one of the things I need to do is go through and fill in all the water holes that are around the areas we are going to build. And she's just laying there. She's a good girl. I'm trying to think of how to continue talking about food, considering the diet that they've been kind of imposing on me because they're doing it. It's one of those things that is quite annoying. I mean, I do get why they are trying to impose that on me. Because right now, as I've kind of alluded to and stated, we are currently trying to make creating content our financial support. And that's not something we're going to talk about too much, but that is something we are trying to do. It is something that God had put on my heart a while back, and I just decided to go with it and see where it leads. So yeah, we are doing this. It is something that is happening. And so far, it is very slow going. I'm going to be honest. Like, the idea of coming in and trying to do this without a big support already built up is a little bit nerve-wracking. Most big YouTubers and streamers have been doing it for years before they were able to make it their job. And here I am, I've only got like a few months to try and do it. It is possible. I have heard of people that have managed to do it. Then of course it is possible, because this is what has been put on my heart and on my mind for a while. So there must be a purpose to it. Nothing happens by accident. In fact, let's talk about a new coincidence that popped up the other day. So, well, not the other day. I noticed it today. So a while back, Mumbo Jumbo, a big member of Hermitcraft, as most people know, had posted that he is planning on returning to the Hermitcraft server in September. And what just transpired today is I saw a tweet from False Symmetry saying exactly the same thing. Kind of an odd coincidence that's going on there. I don't know if there's things going on behind the scenes with them, but I do think that is a little bit weird that that is happening. I don't think it's that big of a coincidence that some of their members are taking breaks around the same time I'm trying to push my own content. But like I stated in a previous stream, I don't believe in coincidences, so this must be happening for a reason. That all these things are transpiring around the same time. And on top of that, yesterday when I went out to do a couple of errands and grab food for me and my mother, um, we we got a new subscriber. Somebody saw the advertisement on the back of my car and decided to follow and support me. So yeah, that happened. We got 15, 14 subscribers on YouTube now. So we are starting to build up a little bit. And there's no... Oh wait, is that the same one? I was gonna say there's another hole there. I think that's the same one. But yeah, we are getting a little bit of notice out there in the world. I don't know how far this is going to go in a short period of time, but I mean, you never know. I mean, I was part of a church years ago that was trying to they were looking at expanding their numbers to something big. I don't remember what it was. I think they were looking to get about 2,000 members by 2020. I don't know if they ever succeeded. There was a big falling out of people roughly around the time that I entered the military. Oh, that's all of that. So the church actually ended up splitting into two. And the portion that split off was... We need another stone chest, don't we? Was pretty much the portion that I was most involved in. Tell you what, that's gravel. Let's go drop off some of this at our base. My point on that was that they were, and I don't know if they succeeded, but they were trying to get a large number of followers in a very short amount of time. They were thinking like, I want to say it was like they were planning for the church to grow by 2,000 people, or no, have 2,000 people attending by 2020. I don't know if that ever succeeded, but my point is that is, through God, anything is possible. So that is something that they probably succeeded at. I don't know. I haven't been back there in forever. And, maybe there is possibilities there. Like I said, God can do anything. So maybe this will work out, maybe it won't. I don't know. I know there's a big push against religion in mainstream media, and there's a big push to accept liberal beliefs and thought patterns and everything in mainstream media as well. So maybe my little trial here at pushing back against a lot of that will be successful. I don't know. It's hard to know exactly where all this is going right now. We'll see. Only time will tell. I do know that there is a very liberal person who is part of, I think, like the ethics committee of Twitch. And at one time, I did follow that person until she made a comment that went directly against everything I am. I found it extremely rude that she said that. Let me correct that. What he said. And considering everything that's going on with women's sports, yeah, what he said. I'm not taking that back either. It is a male. That person will never be female. Nope. And this is not, that's not, what it's based on is genetics. Like, their genetic code is 100% male. They are not and never will be female. That is something that I had to think about for a long, long time, and with my understanding of certain things, considering genetics, it was something I came to the conclusion to that, yeah, your DNA is what your DNA is. You can't change your DNA. If your DNA decided that you were going to be male, you're male. If your DNA decided that you were going to be female, you are female. There's no switching that. Not to say that science isn't going to maybe one day figure out a way to change that, but as of right now, no. And I don't think that that will ever actually happen. I don't think you'll ever be able to change your genetic makeup. And I think the pushback against that woke culture is really starting to shape up. Like, people are starting to push back hard against that and a few other things. But at the same time, I think an opposing pushback is going to happen at some point. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And yes, I know we talked about in our last live stream where I say that that is not entirely correct from a physics standpoint, but we're not talking about physics in this particular instance. We're talking about human nature. Okay, so one thing I wanted to do is I wanted to expand this a little bit. I wanted to have a retaining wall going right against this, and maybe we got another road. Maybe there's like a lookout place where you can look out over the docks there. And maybe this is the main road for transporting stuff from the docks, or at least it used to be. Because one thing I did state is that we are going to make it to where the docks are a little bit run down. So they're no longer being used, kind of thing. All right, so we're going to come in here. This is the second layer here. So torch there. This would be 2 layers. This would be 2 layers. And this would be 2 layers. So we gotta come over here and do this one too. We're not gonna do that right away. We're gonna start with this one. In fact, I think we're just gonna start right here. Let's come in and start terraforming this. Hi. Stupid sheep. I almost wonder if I should go through and kill all the animals. I mean, some of them I am going to save, but we've got too many animals spawning over here because it's all grass. And once we really get started building on the city, that will kind of stop. And it'll help a little bit with all the animals spawning over here. So let's go over here. Ooh. Okay, that's perfect. We're just going to carve a path straight through here. We're going to do this side first. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what the future holds for us. And one thing that I wish, talking about mainstream media and the whole woke culture and just the liberals in general, there is a new show that I wish I could watch. Unfortunately, it's on Fox Network's paid subscription program, and that is Duck Dynasty Gold Hunters, or Duck Hunters, or whatever it's called. I really wish I could see that. I'm happy to see the Duck Dynasty crew back. It's not in the exact same series. They aren't continuing the old one, but this new one I'm very interested in. I'm very happy to see them back on television, because those guys are just hilarious at times. Really can't wait to see what they get up into, though I don't know when I'll ever be able to watch it. Alright, let's just go ahead and drop off some of this. We're pretty close by anyway. I wonder how much of this we're going to have by the time we're done with this. And again, we are going to be repurposing all this dirt and all the grass at some point. Just not right now. Yeah, let's get rid of that. I'm going to keep this one acacia on me. You alright, Mimo? Hang on 1 second. Let me... Come here. Oh, I hit the mic. Sorry about that. Just moving her closer to me so I can actually pet her. Now she's right up against me. Just stay right there. You're a good girl. It looks like we need to go shriek. I need to stop saying that because that is not my thing. We got to come up with some catchphrases beyond just the grab a drink, grab a snack, and let's crank up the tunes. We got to come up with some stuff. I'm not really sure what, though. What do you think, Mimo? What could we possibly say? What's some catchphrases we could use? I could always just do the Arnold thing. And if nobody's seen that video, I did a video where I did Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonations. It was probably my most popular video. That is why on YouTube it is the main video that you see. That one has generated a lot of views. Not the thousands of views that we need to support us, but it has gotten 100 views, so it's kind of surprising. Like, I guess people really enjoy my take on Arnold, especially with one of my favorite things that I've been trying to work out with doing impersonations for him. I've been trying to go through and take other famous quotes and try to do them in his voice. Like one of my favorites. Let me get a sip of water. One of my favorite ones is, let's see if I can do this live on camera. You mean to tell me you built a time machine out of a DeLorean? That is one of my favorites. It took me a while to figure out how exactly he would say DeLorean. And we probably need a few more. I am inevitable. That's Thanos. Oh, I can't think of any other really big recent catchphrases from things. Like, I was thinking maybe the on your left. I'm not. I'd have to spend some time thinking about that one. How would he say that? On your left. Yeah, it doesn't sound as good. I have to spend some time thinking about that. I see an egg. All right, everybody. You know the drill. Make a wish. Oh, no wish. Our wishes never come true. I think I did the wrong layer at some point. Oh well. I'm not gonna worry about it, and I just realized that I didn't even do this side. Let me down. And yes, I'm aware. I just think it's funny to do his voice. That's something interesting that I heard the other day. I was over at the local Kia dealer getting one of our cars serviced. There we go. Couldn't think of it. I was getting it serviced, and a couple of ladies were chatting near me about how a question was posed to another Christian. Oh, interesting. Hold that thought. Yeah, I think I've got some right over here. That's an interesting little thing right there. You know what? I don't want to put this in the ground. I want this displayed over on top of that hill. We're gonna do this right over here. Actually, let's do it here. Which way do I want this facing? So the town's gonna be over there. Maybe we could put a cathedral here. Alright, well, no, I don't think there's a lot of space for a cathedral. It's 4, 5. Let's do it facing this way. Nope. Boom. There we go. Let's just go ahead and just because. Yeah, there we go. We got a cross. All because of just the placement there. See what I was talking about? See? Just the I don't believe in coincidences. And there you go. There's another. That shape is just perfect. I kind of want to memorialize that shape too. I want that one displayed, but we're just gonna do this one too. We're just gonna put that there, and we're gonna leave it there. I know I'm gonna end up tearing out the dirt that's all around it, but I want that to stay there. We'll do something with it in the future. I don't know if I've got enough space to build a church here, considering we're gonna have a road right there. I don't think this area is quite big enough to have a church right here. That is a thought. I don't know. We'll see what we decide over time. We still got a lot of work to do. Like I said, I don't believe in coincidences. I mean, there we were talking about things related to faith. Well, I mean, we were talking about Arnold, but or my impersonation of Arnold, and then suddenly there's a cross shape in the ground. So yeah, that one's gonna stay there. I may end up making a bigger one at some point. Yeah, I probably will make a bigger one there. Really show that off. It just depends on the scale of the city. I want it to be quite large, something that you see. Like, I want the library to be visible, but that needs to be big enough that it's visible across the entire city. Like, you look up at the skyline and you should see that cross. That's how big we're probably going to make that in the future. You know what? We've been talking about that awful lot, and I just remembered that on my Twitch it also says no politics, no religion, and nothing about her. We're not going to talk about her for sure, and we are going to do our best to stay away from politics. So I need to change that. I don't know. Probably should change it. Otherwise, it'll seem hypocritical that I'm talking about religion, and I even state on there that I don't want to talk about religion. Yeah, that wasn't intended. That was not done on purpose. I actually set those rules up a long time ago. A long time ago, like back before a lot of things happened. And now that stuff is happening, I really feel like I need to talk about it and kind of get it off my chest. We're just going to cut right there. Yeah. Probably cut through right there as well. Let me go over here and sleep. Ooh, right in the mic. I don't. Ooh, excuse me. I don't remember which one I had that in. It was one of those. Oh, we got another egg. Make a wish. And nothing. Hmm. Well, I do have my fortune shovel. Yeah, we're gonna have to. It must be raining, and yeah, I can hear it and I can see it now. Yeah, that's fine. All of this is gonna end up turning to dirt now. That's fine. We're getting quite a bit of grass, so it's fine if we shave the rest of this and it just makes dirt. We haven't been getting that much dirt. Ooh, however, dang it. Didn't I make another? I thought I made two. No, actually, I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't want the flint from that. And the only reason I did this section is because there's no dirt underneath most of this. And I do believe that is even. There we go. So we got all this even with the level that we want. But then we gotta dig out all the stone there. We are gonna need another stone. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need another stone shulker box. Yep, that's something that's gonna have to happen. We're gonna have to make another stone shulker box. And drop in there. As far as the religion stuff is concerned, though, I do feel like something is coming. I don't know what. Well, I mean, I do know, but I have no idea if that's for real. It's been something on my mind for quite a while. Something on my heart for quite a while. That's part of the reason why we did what we did with the sword that we have. If you're new and you don't know what I'm talking about there, I'm a big fan of the Dresden Files. It is my favorite book series by Jim Butcher. And one of the things he has in it is the Knights of the Holy Swords. I guess is the best way to put it. They may have an actual name. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But anyway, basically they have 3 swords that each one of them was crafted by having one of the nails that nailed Jesus to the cross in its hilt. And that's sort of what empowers those swords. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, there's more information out there if you really want to look it up. I just, going off the top of my head, it's hard to remember everything because I've read all 16 books that are currently out. But anyway, that is something we are doing with our sword, and we have a couple of them. Well, we got 2 of them. We need to make the other one. I am thinking about rearranging the enchants on them. Right now, this is a Sword of Love. You can see this is our main sword. It has Looting 3, Mending, Sharpness, Sweeping Edge, and Unbreaking on it. The Sword of Faith, which is the one that has been put on my mind for a while that I would carry, is over in one of our shulkers over there. My Stuff. That's the name of the shulker. It's My Stuff. It is a gold sword that instead of having sharpness, we have smite on it. Now we gotta go fill up. Oop. Well, we hit that. Now, what I have been thinking about is I would like to get flame on there instead, and I plan on making all 3 swords. I haven't figured out exactly what enchant should be on what. All 3 of them should be slightly different. And right now, the Sword of Faith, which is the one I feel like I should have, has got Smite on it instead of Sharpness. And I'm thinking that the Sword of Hope, I'm going to make that one out of. I'm going to make a netherite sword for that one. That way, all 3 of them are slightly different, because in the books they are not all the same. I can't remember which sword is which, but I think the Sword of Love is currently the one that Michael used to use, and it is basically just your traditional British medieval longsword. The Sword of Hope, if I remember these correctly, the Sword of Hope is more like I'm gonna mess up saying this, a falchion. It's like that curved sword with like it gets thin towards the hilt and then it kind of curves out and comes to a point kind of shape. Like maybe I'll here, let's do the pictures real quick. Let's see if I can find one. No, not a falchion. What is it called? A scimitar, I think, is the shape that is. I think a scimitar is the shape that is described as. Yeah, I believe that's the shape that it's described as. Let's just grab this first one. Where am I at? I'm in this. And I'm not entirely sure which one's which. Actually, let's just go ahead and look it up. Because I don't know which one's which. Swords of the Cross is what they're called. Um, duh, 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 duh. Okay, yeah, so the Sword of Faith is the one that I'm thinking of. Um, this one is more like it was traditionally a katana shape, but then the sword was broken and it ended up in the hands of a nerdy guy like us, like a typical nerd. And as soon as he grabbed the hilt, it lit up like a lightsaber. So I thought that was really cool and very funny. But yeah, that's the Sword of Faith, and I feel like that one should actually have flame on it instead of uh, smite. And let's see, I gotta find each one of the swords. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the names of them, but the Sword of Love is the long sword, and it is also believed within the Dresden Files that potentially this is Excalibur. Like this is a sword that Arthur wielded. Um, but yeah, that's one of them, and then the last one, oh no, no, it's not a scimitar. The last one, the Sword of Hope, is a cavalry saber. Let's That's not right. That's what the last one looks like. Let's just do this. No, 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 no. Go back. We're just going to use this one. Nope, you can't hardly see that one. Yeah, this one's a little bit better. We're going to use this one. I'm trying to find an image right now to show you exactly what style of sword this one is. Some of the others you should know. Like a knight's long sword is pretty standard. Like you see that in a lot of movies and TV shows. Um, a traditional katana, most people probably know what that looks like. The cavalry sword, probably not a whole lot of people know what this looks like. Okay, I need to go over here, scroll up. We're going to take this one. I don't know what I named it as. I don't even know where I actually saved it. Oh, here we go. Oop, it changed size on me. But yeah, that's a cavalry saber. And that is a Sword of Hope. And that is what it currently looks like within the Dresden Files universe. And again, the Sword of Love is basically a medieval longsword. Sorry, I've been saying that wrong. It's a European broadsword. Wrong one. Actually, let's go ahead and show this one too. Let's just go ahead and do this one. And this is probably what you're expecting, like something that looks like Excalibur to look like. Which one do I like the best? I actually like that one, but it's going to be hard to see. Let's do this one. And actually, I'm going to try and put all three of these on screen. Let's just also go ahead and grab a... let's just go ahead and grab a katana while we're at it. Most people know what a katana looks like. Most people know what a broadsword looks like. Let's just grab this one. I'm going to put all three of these on there. There's not much we can do about the actual shapes of the swords in the game. I know there's the hermits have been using some things that allow them to make different swords or different items. Yeah, let's just oop, wrong button there. Let's grab this. Here's the broadsword. This is the broadsword, and we got to adjust this so you can see it. Here, let's try and adjust all of these so that we can fit them all in. No. Give me this. No. Oh my gosh. It's being a little bit jumpy right now. Okay, so we got the Calvary Saber, which is the sword of hope. You've got the broadsword, which is the sword of love, and we are way over in the wrong section. And katana, which is the sword of faith. Well, it was. Let's see. Oh, I gotta resize everything so I can fit all these. Give me this one. No, that one. Sorry, it's jumping around on different elements that I've got on screen. Okay, yeah, so those are the three swords in the Dresden Files, the Swords of the Cross. These aren't the actual ones. This is just to give you kind of an idea of what I'm talking about there. But yeah, the katana here is the Sword of Faith. Ironically, it is a katana because I actually know how to use a katana. It's kind of ironic. Again, that's the one that I feel like I would have as a Sword of Faith. You got the Calvary Saber over here on the far right. This is the Sword of Hope within the Dresden Files, and the middle one here is a European broadsword, which looks like a dagger at the moment because of the scaling, but yeah, that is supposed to be the Sword of Love, and is definitely the Sword of Faith that I feel like I would have. And again, that's kind of ironic thinking about it, that is a katana, considering I actually know how to use a katana. Interesting. Something to consider there. But yeah, the Sword of Faith is over there. It is a gold sword. I don't know why I decided to go with gold with it, but we don't exactly have that many varieties of swords. And I guess it is kind of fitting considering within the Dresden Files, the Sword of Faith broke. Or was broken on purpose. One of the demons within the series got a hold of the person that had the sword, and she broke a promise, which allowed him to be able to break the sword. And the only piece that was actually left was the hilt. And when it got into the hands of a character named Butters, it lit up into a lightsaber. And according to what they stated in that, the sword was still in a state of transition, like it was changing forms. And in order to serve its purpose and continue on being the sword, to continue on being the sword of a cross, it reached inside the heart of the very nerdy Butters and found a Jedi. Because again, he is a big nerd, but it found the Jedi Knights, Star Wars, and found a lightsaber, and then boop, now it's a lightsaber, which is really cool, and it's very interesting how he's going about using that. Basically, what was stated in the last book is that essentially it is not a lightsaber, but instead it is a source of energy of pure good. So if anything of evil comes into contact with it, it will be destroyed. And they actually made a couple of case in points on this, wherein Dresden, the main character, and the other Knight of the Cross reached out and put their hand through it, and nothing happened. Well, later on in the book, the former owner of the Sword of Faith died, and I absolutely hated that death. I don't know why that particular character had to get killed off, but that's what he did. Um, of all the characters to kill off, I don't know why you would kill off that specific one. But yeah, and the person that killed her, Dresden went after. Like he was going to flat out kill this person because he basically just murdered her uh, in a panic. And Dresden was not happy about it. But what ended up happening is when he came into contact with the Sword of Faith, which is now in the form of a lightsaber, it actually burned him. Because in that particular instant, he was not thinking clear and he was not pure of heart. He was not acting in a manner of good, he was acting in a manner of evil. So it ended up burning him. And it burned him pretty good from what the book describes. And all of them were kind of shocked by it because, previously when they came into contact with it, it didn't do anything to them. And then all of a sudden here we are and he's getting hurt by it. Yeah, we do need to make another stone chest so we're not coming back here as often. Did I make it gray or did I make it light gray? I don't remember which. Oh, yep, I gotta do that first. I guess we might as well. We'll use it eventually. But yeah, that is something that I've been doing and it's gonna stay on my hotbar. I do have the wrong sword though. Ooh, you know what? I think I actually made those light gray. It should be fine. But let's be real about it right now. If I used a gold sword in Minecraft, especially with Smite on it right now, and eventually with Flame on it, that probably would not be a good thing. Alright, so we got 3 more chests, or 2 more for that. Let's continue on with what we were doing. Oop, egg. You know the drill. Make a wish. Oh, no chicken again. Man, we are really unlucky with the chickens. Really unlucky. Actually, I need to clear out a little more dirt here. It may fill in that water hole that I noticed here in a second as well. Once we got a little more dirt in our inventory. Yeah, the Dresden Files, good book series. I really, really enjoy it and I highly recommend it. Jim Butcher is phenomenal. I'm actually ready for the next book to come out. And one of the things that I had mentioned or had heard that he is planning on doing, I am kind of excited about and kind of nervous about too. Uh, because Dresden is such a goofball, uh, Jim Butcher is trying to think of ways to get him in trouble. And what is coming up within the Dresden Files is apparently he's decided that time magic is a thing, and of course Dresden needs to be messing with time. Because of how much of a goofball the character is and how mischievous he is, of course he needs to get involved in time travel. That is going to be an interesting sight when that comes out. I really wonder how he's going to pull that one off. That's going to be interesting. Granted, I know we talked about in a previous live stream. This even went down into the dirt, or down into the stone. Wow. I don't even know what to say about that. Sorry, that's actually got me speechless that cross shape is all the way down into the stone there. I mean, that's probably a common shape to come around, but considering the timing of that, finding that, that's just blows my mind a little bit. Yes, I hear you. Oh, oh, oh. Egg. You know the drill. Make a wish. Oh, and your wish came true, whatever it was. Congratulations to you guys. Congratulations. That's an awesome moment. It's so rare that that actually happens. Okay, so we need to continue on here, getting some stone, clearing this stuff out. And we have been live for nearly 2 hours. I am getting awfully hungry. I don't know if we're going to stop because We still got a lot of work to do. Actually thinking about it, we need to go up here and start clearing this out. I need to get my shovel fixed. Yeah, because we got gravel over there. Without my Silk Touch shovel, it's going to be kind of annoying to deal with. Oh. I think what we're going to do is we're going to head off to the Ender here in a second. Let's flatten off this area here first, and then we're going to head off to the Ender, get our Silk Touch shovel fixed up, and hopefully we'll use up some of the durability on this Silk Touch pickaxe, so we're not just wasting it for a single item. Wasting a trip over there, that is. And then we'll come back over here and get back at it. Well, no, actually, we'll come back over here, and we'll take a break at that point. Get me some food in my stomach, get the puppies outside, and we'll get back into it after I'm back. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. So let's go ahead, let's finish off flattening off this section, then go repair our tools and take a break. Because my water bottle is getting a little low. I need to fill that up. I do need to go and use the restroom. And definitely make sure I take the puppies out. And I've gotten completely silent on you guys. I'm sorry. Just focusing on this and thinking about what all we need to get done and thinking about, you know, what we have talked about and the irony of the coincidence, the irony, whatever you want to say, of talking about faith, and then we find that cross shape there. That's a huge coincidence. And again, I don't believe in coincidences. Okay, so we got that part flattened off, and the whole reason I want to stop is because this gravel is like right here. And so we gotta have our shovel for that. I could use the pickaxe for that, but you know, it's not a big deal. So let's just do this real quick. Drop off some of our inventory. This one. Okay, get rid of the seeds. Let's take the daisies. I've just been using these to replace the grass over here. We do need to flatten this off too. Well, we need to build it up one layer, not flatten it off. You know what I mean. And actually, we may change plans just slightly because I think I need to go use the restroom more than I thought. So we're going to fly over here and put ourselves inside the portal room, and then we'll be right back. Yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take the dogs out. I'm going to get some food in my belly because it's been grumbling the entire time we've been streaming. And we'll get back to it when I am done. I don't know how long I'll be. I try my best to make it about 20-30 minutes. That way it's just not radio silence for too long. But yeah, we're going to do that. And I need to put up this one. and get it fixed back into place because I got elements that I moved around everywhere, and you couldn't see that because that screen is up. But yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Sorry that was a little bit long. The dogs made a mess downstairs. Wow. Alright. Yeah, so I quickly ate. We had leftover KFC that for the most part, finished off. Let's get back over here. Oh, right. We're gonna go repair our tools. Excuse me. We're mostly doing this because of how much we need to do. How much we still need to do, how much we gotta do, and all that jazz. It'd just be better if we go ahead and repair our tools. I wish I could have done that before the break, but I just had to go to the bathroom just too bad. Uh, come over here to the Ender. We still gotta decorate this up at some point. I mean, we kind of got a little bit of a decoration going on, and I have a vision for what I want this build to look like. But this was just kind of, we had the blocks available to us, so we just went ahead and did it. Believe it or not, I'd never built an Ender before this. Oh, we got a Enderman head. I don't really need the heads from this. And I did notice a slight change in them too. I wonder if this one will do the same thing. So if you notice, we got 4 Enderman heads here. Notice anything odd? Yeah, we got one right there that has white eyes instead of the pink. I'm kind of curious how this one... Yeah, it's got the white eyes too. Interesting. I don't know if there's multiple Ender heads or if something changed with the website textures for that. I do notice as they're going by, they're all white. Yeah, we got our tools fixed up. Let's get on back over there. I usually don't like flying up here, but we're going to do it anyway just to speed it up a little bit. The reason I don't like doing that is because there is a big risk of accidentally looking at an Enderman. Okay, so we are back over here. It's kind of what I thought, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, we got our Silk Touch shovel now repaired, and we can go and collect this gravel over here. And just continue on what we were doing. We need a new subject to talk about. Usually it's kind of difficult for me to come up with subjects to chat about when there's nobody to chat to or at, however you want to look at that. Alright, so we're on this one. Let's just go ahead and we're just going to come right down here through the middle of this. Break it up into sections a little bit. And just continue on with our plan for this whole area. Yeah, I'm not really sure what we should chat about now. So let's see. We checked a little bit about God and faith and some of the oddities going on around me. Then we checked the chat. We chatted a little bit about food. Most people are already aware by now of the plan to build a city out here. And that is what we are doing, like clearing out some areas. We're not clearing all of them out, and then we got to go and fill up some of the water holes that are out there. Like that one there probably needs to be filled in. As much as possible, I don't want to tear up the entire terrain. We are going to have to flatten out some areas and level out some, and then maybe add on to some. Like over on that side over there, even though we can't see it, it's not really in render. Oh no, it's right there. We are going to have to flatten out that side, and we're going to build a retaining wall there for the purpose of just not tearing out as much of the terrain, and put some kind of build up on top of that. I'm not really sure what we're going to put up there just yet. And I'm still not entirely sure what we're going to put where. What I mean by that is if you haven't seen the previous stream, let's go ahead and fly up to this one. Oh. Let's not land. So we got this big space over here that is going to be part of it. And at the moment, I was thinking that the actual city where all the shops and everything is going to be over there. And then over here was going to be the residential district. Like we're going to put houses and homes over here. But after I thought about it for a few minutes, we have a lot more space out here to build an actual city than over here. So I'm thinking I may flip-flop that. This may actually be the residential district. We're going to have like along the sandy coast here. We're going to put like a slums area. And then back over here, where we start getting into a plains and forest biome, that's probably going to be like the Ritchie area, like maybe some mansions and things in there. I'm not really sure. We're just going to go with it and see what we come up with. I did say in the previous few sections and segments, we're a long way from that. I just wanted to get some work towards that goal done, and that's what we're doing over here, cleaning this up. Trying to level this out so that we have a good building area instead of all the mountainous terrain. We're not leveling it off that much. That over there is actually the highest section, and we're going down to here. So that's about all we're doing with it. Not doing a whole lot of terraining. Terraining is not something I'm really good at. We are going to have to do a little bit here and there. And as you saw while we were flying around, there's quite a few water spots we got to fill in. Just so that we don't have those spots. And we got area to build on. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to flatten out everything for the city. It's good to have some shape to it as far as the hills and everything. So it's probably just going to stay as it is to an extent. there are going to be things that we're going to have to do, like that hill there. We're probably going to tear down, flatten out a section there, as we're doing up here. And maybe in a few other spots. I haven't really decided. I noticed that there's some sandy areas that get kind of hilly, like right in there. I'm not really sure what we're going to do. It is going to be a big problem with the grass color going over into the desert. So that's why I want to put like a slums area in this section. And we may even, it could potentially be even more like industrial over there, so we don't have to worry about grass. Now, a lot of it is going to be covered up. Like there's probably not going to be that much grass anywhere. So if we need to expand the city, like make it even larger scale than what we are already thinking about doing, that is a potential thought. Just have one massive city going on as far as how big and widespread it is. It is going to take some more planning on that part. I usually don't do a lot of planning, but there's some things that we've got to plan, like the shape of the roads, exactly how the roads are going to go, and the reason for that is for the buildings. We want them to be a certain size and a certain length and just kind of have that be universal. So I've got to plan out the roads in such a way that we aren't running out of space. Like if I make the roads, let's say I make a section of the road and I only make it 6 blocks long. And we end up coming up with a design that is 7 blocks long. Well, that's not going to work out too good. They're going to be longer than that. That's just giving you an example of my thought process on that. A lot of the sections that I do have planned are, I want to say 27 blocks long. That way we've got a good area to make a building in and gives us a little bit of space to do some decoration with the actual outer design of it. So yeah, that is kind of the plan for that. And this is something that I've never really done before, and it's something that I figured this would be the catalyst to try and get us doing uh, Minecraft videos, basically. I figured this project is going to take a long time, so that means that our series will go on for quite a while, and trying to get this done. And in the meantime, we got some learning as far as building styles and other things. It sounds like it's pouring down rain again, so it's probably a good thing that I just took the dogs out. Yeah, I don't know if that's coming through the mic. I did turn up the noise gate quite high so that we're not catching the keyboard clicking anymore. And I went silent. Yeah, that happened again. Trust me, I'm well aware of when I do that. But I'm not, again, with nobody in chat, it's kind of hard to just continuously talk to myself. I mean, this will end up on YouTube and I'd be essentially talking to my YouTube audience, but even then, I mean, I'm alone in a room talking to myself. That's basically what's going on. Uh, Such is the life of a beginning YouTuber slash streamer. You know, until you really build up a audience. You know, that's kind of what you have to do. Just keep on doing it and hopefully find an audience at some point. We're gonna do this trick again. Come in here. This is all. Oops. It's not gonna fill it up. That's fine. Or let's do this. Trying to keep enough space so we can continue on doing before our inventory gets completely full. Yeah, the rain is really coming down. I can really hear it on the other side of the window. Because of the filter trying to get the background out, you can't really see what's behind me. I mean, there are occasions, but there is a window uh, off over my left shoulder, over this way. There is a window. I can't see out of it. The curtains are, or the blinds are closed at the moment. I typically keep them closed because the job I had, I was actually on second shift, which meant that a lot of times I was sleeping through about noon before I would get up. And it's something we chatted about quite a few times because they didn't understand why I was sleeping like that, and I was like, you know how it is. You know, you work your 8 hour shift, you come home, you're usually still awake and active and everything, and mentally things are going on because you just got off of work. You know, you got things on your mind, and that's kind of what was going on with me. Like I was still active, my mind was still going over things, so I couldn't sleep. So I'd just end up staying up for hours after work. Then I'd finally go to sleep and I'd wake up somewhere after noon. Afternoon, around noon, before noon, you know, whatever. But it wouldn't be till much later in the day. Let's go ahead and actually, let's just continue working. Instead of dropping off those items, let's just go ahead and go back to mining out the stone. Because the sooner we get this out, the better. Yeah, you guys know how it is. You know, you have a busy life schedule, and it doesn't really. Sometimes it doesn't work with other people's schedules, so you're just in your own little world for a very long time. You know, people have lives. They got things they need to do. And one of the things that I really wanted to do was get working on this city build and kind of be able to share it with others. I eventually got to the point where I was like, you know what? I really wish I could just work on that. And that would be effectively my job. And paying attention to all the other streamers and YouTubers, I was like, they do it. Why can't I? Now, again, uh, because they are well known and they've been around for 10 years, they actually have followings on YouTube big enough that the income they were getting from YouTube ads was enough that they could, just do Minecraft, make videos, and that takes a lot of time. We don't have that kind of time, so we're trying to do something on a very limited amount of time, and this is, again, like we were talking about earlier, that is something that was put on my heart to do, and some things were happening around the world of Minecraft that kind of corresponded to it. And I was like, okay, if this is what I'm supposed to do, let's do it. Just double down on this and go with it. So here we are. Here we are, born to be copyright. Yeah, watch that get a strike on YouTube later. I hate copyright stuff so much. It's so dumb. I do understand it, like people claiming stuff as theirs when it's not. So that kind of rule had to be made because people were doing that. And one of the Twitch streamers I followed, that actually happened to him a few years ago. Somebody was taking his stuff and uploading it to YouTube and claiming that this was them. And actually, that would be, let's just go ahead and throw it out there. If you're a member of BSO7, you know exactly who I'm talking about. That is our glorious leader, Jax Mackey, that happened to. Somebody was stealing his recordings and uploading them to YouTube under their own name. That was a few years ago. But yeah, that was happening. That was the thing that went on. I don't know what came about that, and it's not really any of my business. That's completely Jack Mackey's business and whoever it was that was doing that. I do remember hearing that it got solved, though. Like, he solved it that day. But yeah, that is why copyright stuff happens and has to be a thing, but it's so frustrating. Like, I can't tell you how many times my time-lapse music, my ending credits music, and my opening music has been copyrighted, despite the fact that I've done everything that I was told to with the copyright license. It aggravates me every time. I'm just like, quit bothering me. I've done what you guys asked. I'm not even making anything off of this anyway. Like, what happened with the days at YouTube where somebody could make a music video using a song of another series? Like they used, I don't know, what's a good song that we can example? Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. Bodies by Drowning Pool. There used to be a lot of AMVs on YouTube of that kind of nature, and there aren't as many anymore because of the whole copyright thing. Now people are getting those kind of videos blocked, so they can't make them. There's one that I absolutely loved. I can't even find it anymore. It's not out there. And that was from a anime called Grenade? Grenader? Or something? Basically, it's like samurai and feudal Japan era time frame, but you've got this one female warrior who is actually a gunslinger, and guns are new to Japan and everybody out there. So there's some people that know how to use them, some that don't, and she has been trained in a very unusual form of combat using a gun, and probably has the coolest reloading animation ever. It is hilarious. Go check it out. It is great. I absolutely loved it. Like the first time I saw that, I was dying laughing. I was like, that is awesome. It's so wrong, but it's so cool at the same time. Like, it is the most unusual reload you will ever see in anything. It is such a bizarre sight. It's freaking phenomenal. I'm not going to spoil it. You got to go watch it to find out what I'm talking about there. It is great. But yeah, there used to be an anime music video on that anime, and I can't find it anymore. It's no longer available to watch. I have looked and I've looked and I have looked. It is nowhere to be found. Again, we're just going to go ahead and collect up all this gravel because we can. We do have basically an infinite supply over at the piglin bartering system. So it's not something we really need to collect. I just don't feel like just wasting gravel, or not collecting it, or just covering it up. Coal and iron I've got no problem with. Not really sure why, but gravel, I generally go ahead and collect it for whatever reason. We're just going to fill this in with some of the stone that we got. Mostly because we don't really need the stone. As I've previously mentioned, we have a ton of stone over at the slime farm that I, until recently, had completely forgotten about. I just happened to be over there looking for slime, I think it was. Yeah, slime, because I was working with the frogs and I needed to breed the frogs up. And so I was over there at that, and when I grabbed the or when I opened up a set of chests looking for where I had the slime at, I was like, whoa, I've actually got way more. I'm going to keep doing that, aren't I? I got way more stone than I thought I did. In fact, we've almost got 3 chests full. I think this time, no, we're just going to go ahead and finish this off. Then we'll throw some dirt into place. I need to go drop off the gravel. It's starting to take up space, and it's starting to confuse me. Because, I mean, look, it's not that different. They look pretty similar in your inventory. It's hard to tell them apart unless you mouse over them. But yeah, you can't find certain AMVs anymore. There's actually one from Sailor Moon that I used to really enjoy, and you can't find that one anymore. Or at least I don't think you can. It's probably the greatest use of a song from Aqua ever. And I'm not talking about Barbie Girl, it was a different song. It's probably the only thing Aqua was good for, was that particular song and Sailor Moon combo. We're gonna have to fill that in before we actually tear it down. There's something I wanted to do here. We're gonna do that. Kind of preserve that spot as much as we can. And eventually we're gonna tear down this section too. I'm thinking this one is probably going to stay, so we're going to have to do some terraforming on that. And yeah, we're doing this all without a beacon. I'm not too concerned with whether or not we have a beacon. I don't even have one yet. I've never bothered. Mostly because we don't have any big digging projects that we need to do. I do want to, at some point, build a tunnel bore. And we're going to go into our mines and just let that run for a while. We're going to go quite far with it. The purpose being is we are going to be looking for a biome, a dripstone cavern. The reason for that is I've heard that dripstone caverns are the way to go when you want lots of copper, and we need tons of it. The other thing that we may end up doing as far as our copper needs is we'll probably at some point go ahead and build an actual copper farm. Let's go over there real quick. Enough of the digging and placing of dirt and everything. Let's go over here. I did some changes to it. It did not work, unfortunately. So it was kind of a bust. I was hoping this would give us a little more help as far as getting our copper. So what we got here is there is a zombie spawner way back there. This is a drown converter. It'll basically make the zombies into drown. And then over on these side we have two chambers for the reinforcement mechanic. And unfortunately it doesn't really work. Yeah. I have tried several times. Yeah, that reinforcement mechanic does not work at all. And if you can see that, there is the zombie spawner right there. Oh well, there is a zombie right there. I almost wonder, can we cheese that a little bit? Because we did get one there. I don't want to kill him. I'm just wondering if we can cheese that chamber a little bit. So we got one. He didn't convert though, that's kind of annoying. Oh look, there's another one. Oh look, there's one over there too. But that guy didn't convert either. Why are they not converting? That's weird. And I don't know why they're bouncing either. I've tried everything. They just seem to bounce in there for some reason. Did we get any more in there? Well, looks like we got one more. Or maybe that's the same one, you just got pushed over. But yeah, this experiment with getting the reinforcement zombies didn't really work. As you can see, we still only have one zombie in there. Yeah, that was just an experiment, trying to get this drowned farm to produce a little bit more copper, and it didn't really work. This is all the copper we've gotten from it so far, and this has been up for a long time. I think this was, I think I made this during season 8 of Hermitcraft, right after Tango had built his first copper farm and showed off just the insanity of zombie reinforcements. There are some other potential things that we could do. I have seen that it is potential in the end. I am thinking about possibly making a bigger one out there. I don't know, possibly. It'd be a lot of work to try and get a zombie out that way. But it does have potential. We could do something like that at some point. I have seen Exuma's video on that, and holy cow. Like, that is ridiculous. But yeah, let's get back to what we were doing. We need to fill in all of this. area. I think, yeah, we're just gonna go with grass. I'm not sure how much it's gonna take to fill in this area, but let's go fill it in. But yeah, that is our little copper farm. While we're here, might as well fill this all in. At some point, real soon here, I may have to stop. And that will be probably the end of today's stream. I've still got a lot of work to do, and we gotta start working on not next week's video, but the week after that, because I am a little bit ahead on that. And I don't even really know what to do for the next video. I do have a few builds that we need to finish, so I may work on some of those for the next episode. One of the things I was contemplating doing is, because of our glitch that wiped out a good chunk of our advancements. That's a weird advancement. But yeah, we're going to possibly try to get some of these advancements. Discover every biome. Use a crossbow against a pillager. I'm surprised I didn't get that when I picked up one the other day. Maybe it's you gotta make one? I'm not sure. But yeah, that is kind of the plan from here on out. Yep. And I'm really surprised we haven't seen another pillager raid patrol today. They were like a dime a dozen the other day, and we haven't even seen one today. That is kind of odd, thinking about it. Not even one. I haven't even done a pillager raid in like forever. I don't remember the last time I did one. I think I've only done like 2 or 3 of them. I did one on purpose a while back because I wanted to try and see what the hero of the village would give me as far as freebies, and it didn't give me jack, actually. I didn't get anything from it. Like, the villagers weren't throwing items at me. Probably because they're sleep deprived. Not really sure there. Oh, our block placement. And I do hear the dogs barking a little bit. I wonder if either their mama is home or if they finally dropped off her recovery suit. Not really sure. It's the only bad thing about being way up here. I don't really know what's going on down there. And yeah, we got a little Miss Moki with us again, like we did earlier, and she's just kind of passed out beside us. She's been a very good girl. I thought I just heard a voice. Maybe, maybe not. I don't hear anything. If somebody's home, I'll know shortly. And actually, I probably would know already. The dogs get quite loud when somebody comes home. Very loud. Again, this grass layer is actually going to be underneath the road system and all the builds. This is mostly for building purposes, so we know that everything is on an even plane, or parts of it are on an even plane. We don't want everything to be even. We do want some variation in height going on with everything. We've almost got this area cleaned up. Let's just go ahead and go through here. And I only have like a general idea of what we're going to do. I know I want to build a town. I know I want it to be in a steampunk style. And I know it's going to take a lot more resources than what we already have. And it's just going to be like a major work in progress for the foreseeable future. If my block placement were better, this wouldn't take as long as it does. And yeah, the grass, we're not going to worry about the grass. Because, like I said, eventually we're just going to build on top of this anyway. So all this grass is just going to end up going away. I do want to keep it on like the hills and everything for now. I'm not sure. Eventually we're going to make some major changes out here. Right now, I don't know what those changes are going to be as far as like where roads are. Let's see, this 2, 2, 2, 2. So this, we'll figure out things as we go, as we get a good feel for what we're actually doing. I do want that hill to stay. The rest of this can come out. Apparently I went too far. And I'm not even sure what we're going to put over here. Like, I know a good chunk of this is just going to be road. Some of the terraforming was stuff that, I didn't really want to do, but the more I think about what I'm planning and the steps I'm going to have to take, let's just go right through here. It is something that is like, well, we're going to have to. Because if I want places on top of these hills or mountains, I'm going to need a path up there, and once I'm up there, I'm going to need paths and yada yada yada. You know how it goes. Just one thing leads to another, and you've got a whole epic thing going on that you're going to build. Like, even if you're doing a mega build, chances are you've probably had to do a little bit of clearing in order to build something there, and a lot of flattening out the area, which is something that we are having to do right now. And yes, I left you looking at the brick wall. The stone wall. And apparently I did make a mistake somewhere again. So we should have had this as a second layer somewhere. We're gonna leave that, I think, right there or something. That's fine, we'll get this all figured out and sorted over time. And we're gonna have to do a little bit of terraforming here, like, right away. I do think we need to go flatten out this area. Let's just drop off some blocks. Yeah, we're gonna have to terraform that hill a little bit, because this area just kind of runs together right in here. So let's tear out the stone and then go from there. And see what we need to do about keeping that hill over there. Oh, and I've gone quiet again. Like I said earlier, you just get in a groove where you're just focused on what you're doing, and chatting becomes a little bit of a pain, especially when, like I said, we don't have any viewers. So there's nobody chatting, nobody keeping me talking. It's just up to me to try to keep talking. And while I could sit and chat about something I build for a while, when I'm just doing mindless remedial tasks like clearing, it's a whole nother animal altogether. Actually, I'm thinking about it. We may end up keeping that section over there. We probably have to do some work with it, like terraform it a little bit so it meets our needs as far as shape. I'm not really sure what our shape is going to be for that, but we'll worry about that when we get there. For now, we just need to carry on our wayward son. No, no, no. We just need to go. Just need to continue what we're doing. And again with the silent treatment. Yep. Okay. We gotta find something to talk about. So what subjects have we talked about? Not in today's stream, but in everything we've done. So we've talked about faith. We've talked about food. We've talked about some physics things, just general speaking, like my thoughts on stuff based on logic. It's not based on any scientific evidence of any sorts. It's just casual observer and somebody who spends a lot of time thinking of things in terms of like logic that I don't agree with modern science on. And that had to do with like time travel and a few other things. We touched on why I'm not a big fan of Ant-Man. Ant-Man's whole shrinking thing just doesn't make any sense to me. He should burst into a ball of fire every time he shrinks down like that. Be his own little sun for a little while there. Yeah, we've talked about that. We've talked about the Dresden Files quite a bit. Now I'm a big fan of that. We didn't go into any detail on that. That's one of those, I don't want to spoil it. I want you to go out, buy his books, and read it. That is not a paid advertisement. That is just a fan saying, hey, go read this. It's great. Um, uh, that's not. I did just think about something we could talk about, and that's not necessarily faith, that's more interpretation. Okay, so I am a big fan of the Dresden Files. And if you don't know about the Dresden Files, trust me, just listen to where I'm going. Harry Dresden is a wizard. He does use magic. Now, real devout Christians will be like, oh no, magic? No, 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 no. Magic is of the devil. I hate to tell you, ugh, I hate to tell you, that is not the case. That was, and I don't remember which one, but one of the Queen Elizabeths a long time ago. The actual interpretation of the Bible, like the original Hebrew, states that both God and the devil can do miracles. Now, that Queen Elizabeth, whichever one it was, did not like this. She thought it should be separated into two, and that is effectively where we get the concept that magic is associated with the devil. In the original Hebrew text, it says that both God and the devil perform miracles. So, what does that got to do with magic and my feelings on that and why I have no problem reading it? Well, it's the same thing with people and guns. Okay, a gun is just a tool. It is not evil. It is not good. And it just depends on the person using it. Magic in most fantasy universes is just a source of energy. It is no different than the energy in the batteries of a taser. And it just depends on who's using it, whether or not it's good or if it's bad. And that's why I have no trouble reading fantasy stuff um, with my own beliefs because it is two separate. Energy in its purest form is not good or evil. So it's really dependent on who's wielding it, why they're wielding it, and what their purpose is. So I've got no problem with magic in any sort of form. Like I've read the Dresden Files, I've read all of the Harry Potter books, and a few other things along that line. I have no qualms with the idea of fantasy and magic. It doesn't bother me one bit because, as I stated, the whole original text in Hebrew states that the God that God and the devil can perform miracles. Then Queen Elizabeth, whichever one it was, um, didn't like that and decided that it should be split into two different words. And that is where we get the concept that the devil uses magic. That is not what it actually says in the original Hebrew text. There is no mention of magic. Magic is a word that has been made since the original Hebrew text was written. And magic does get a bad rap for being associated with evil in various different cultures, like and various other like pagan religions. But you got to remember, it's essentially just a source of energy. That's all it is. So again, I've got no problem with magic in any capacity whatsoever. We're probably going to use up the dirt for something else. So I'm not too worried about it. We do have a little bit of gravel. We need to get rid of the seeds. And grab a chicken egg. And you know the drill. Make a wish. Oh, congratulations. Your wish has come true. Oh, I love doing that. You never know what's actually going to happen. And I think we need another stone chest. Well, yeah, that's my thoughts and feelings on the use of magic in various uh, works of fiction. And part of that is you got to remember it is fiction. Just because a character uses magic doesn't mean they're automatically evil. And just because they're evil doesn't mean that they automatically use magic. Okay, so yeah, we got this cleaned up. That looks a lot better. We do need to do a little bit of terraforming on that hill. I don't want this as squared off as it is. It looks terrible. That can jet out. We'll probably fill that up there and then probably take those out a bit and throw some... I guess we can throw grass on there. I don't think we got... Yeah, we got plenty of room for stone still. I think we did fill up the dirt, didn't we? Yeah, that's fine. We're going to be using a little bit of this. I'm not sure how much it's going to take to fill in this area, and we may just want to go ahead and flatten off this area too. Yeah, we're just going to continue with this. Just doing our thing of collecting up all the gravel we see. I know we got basically an infinite source of it, but we're not going to worry about that. Yeah, we'll just use up the dirt. We got plenty of it. Yeah, tell me what your thoughts are. And if you know exactly which Queen Elizabeth made that proclamation, please tell me. I've been looking for that for a while, and I actually can't find it. But I do know that that is a thing that happened. And as I stated, I can't actually find any historical reference to that. And again, I 100% know that that actually happened. I thought it was kind of odd the first time I heard it, and I haven't been able to find it since. And I heard that from a professor a few years ago. I was actually at a Christian college down in Arkansas, and one of the professors told us about that. He was basically explaining some things to us about the how the meaning of certain things is not exactly what we think it is. It's just because of Old Hebrew and its translations, some things don't make any sense, and then some other things, it may not be the way we know it to be. For instance, the word for Philistine and the word for ravens is the same word in the original Hebrew text. So there is a good chance that you'll have to forgive me on my knowledge here. Why can't I think of it? Moses, or was it Noah? It was somebody. They may not have been. It may not have been a miracle of birds feeding him and bringing him food. It may have just been as simple as compassion from the enemy. However, again, why would an enemy feed one of your people? So what they decided to do is that instead of using the word for Philistine, they just went ahead and used the meaning of ravens for that same word. Like the word meant either Philistine or raven, and if you're somebody that knows, please correct me on that because I think it's Philistine. I'm not 100% sure, uh, but I do know that the word could be Raven or it could be Philistine or something like that. Maybe one of the other enemies of the Christians, of the Jews. Let me say that correctly. So there's two possibilities. Either he was fed by the enemies or he's fed by the crows. And the concept of him being fed by the enemy just didn't set well with the people that were translating the Bible at the time. So they went with the idea that it was a miracle and he was fed by ravens. So pick your poison. Which one's the truth there? And that's not meant to question your beliefs or anything. That is meant to inform you that some of the translations are not entirely correct. So there may be some other meanings in various other places that is not exactly what you believe it to be. It's actually slightly different. However, I mean, God did have them do that for a reason, so it could possibly still be that it actually was ravens that fed him. However, just keep it in mind that there's also a chance that it was never ravens. If you understand where I'm going at with that. But that's the kind of stuff that's why I have no qualm with the use of magic in any form. I don't think anybody's ever going to go abracadabra and cast magic, but if they did, I'm not gonna get all up in their face and be like, "Oh, that's evil," because again, much like a gun, uh, it's not good or evil. It just depends on the person using it. So now we're just going to come in here and we're going to flatten this entire area out so that it's even with the rest. And probably take a step back and kind of look at what we got going on. Actually, no, strike that. We are going to go and fill in some of those water holes and that lava pit as well. That is what we're going to do. As soon as we got all of this area flattened. It doesn't need to be, it's fine with the variation, but for the purposes of building a road going through here, I kind of want it to be even. Now, obviously, with that section over, can't see it because of the wool blocks, but way over there, that's not what's going to happen. All right, we got another egg. Make a wish. Oh, no chicken. I'm sorry. Your wish did not come true. We've gotten lucky twice today with that. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting historical facts if you actually start digging into it and finding it out. That particular professor was also an archaeologist, and he was telling us all about the meaning of certain words and how the original Hebrew text reads very differently from what you probably know. Especially considering, like I was saying, there's a ton of words that have alternate meanings. And it's not even just in Hebrew. Let's talk about that for a second. So, I've heard it quite often that English is the hardest language to learn. Excuse me? Have you ever tried to learn Japanese? I want to let that sink in for a second before I explain. Just give it a few more seconds. Let's fill in this and then I'll explain. Okay, so Japanese. Why do I think Japanese is the hardest language to learn? Okay, we're going to use some blocks here to kind of explain. And actually, I want some other color. Um, let's put up this dirt. Let's get out some blue. Okay, so in Japanese, you have 1, 2, 3 formats of speaking. And these blue wool are going to represent each one of these. So let's start off with the easy one, the one that most people are going to be able to learn, and most Japanese people are probably going to laugh at you for. And that is the child speak. And that's what we're going to call it for now. I don't know the actual formal name off the top of my head, but essentially the child version as a Japanese child is learning to talk and learning how to write and spell and all that stuff. They have their own language that is maybe a little, just enough so that they know what they're saying and they know what somebody else is talking about. And typically, this is how you would also talk to a child and using these very short versions of words. Now let's go on to the next, and we are going to call this the informal speak. So this would be like you and I chatting, you sitting down with your friend chatting, and we are going to go sleep real quick. So, yeah, this is essentially you and your friends talking, or you talking to just another person casually. And usually it is the exact same meaning as the child, only it is a little bit longer. It's the exact same word, in fact, but it's two different pronunciations and two different contexts. It's just one you are talking to a child, and then one is you are talking to a friend of yours. Now, the last one is the formal. And in all of these cases, the only word we're going to focus on is the word hello. Yeah, that's right. You got to learn how to say hello in three different manners just to talk in Japanese. Okay, and then for the like you talking to your boss, and this is where Japanese gets a bad rap in like movies and everything. And the only thing you've said is hello, but you're talking to somebody like a boss. And all three of these are the exact same word, but you got to learn them in three different styles, like talking to a child, talking to a friend, and then a formal style where you're like talking to your boss. And these are all the same word. They mean the exact same thing. And even writing them out is completely different. It is absolutely insane. Like, essentially, to learn Japanese and speak Japanese, you have to effectively learn three different languages. And if you're talking to an adult using the child form, you're probably going to get laughed at. And if you use the informal version while talking to your boss, you're probably going to get fired. Japanese is the most ridiculous language out there, and I love it. It's great. I don't know how to speak it. I've never gotten that far with it. But the point is that it is insanely hard. And then there is the problem of context of words. And oh my gosh, the context gets ridiculous. And what I mean by that is one word can have potentially seven different meanings. And this is for every single word. So you have to pay close attention to whatever you're talking about to understand which version of the frickin' word you're even trying to understand. Like, oh my gosh, it is absolutely insanity. One of those words, and I will never forget it, is hachi. I forget what all the other contexts are for, but hachi, to get the right way, if I'm saying it correctly, means chopsticks. And I think one of the other meanings was something to do with computers. Another one had to do with like newspapers or something. It's been close to 20 years. I don't really remember. As I said, I never really got to the point where I was able to speak Japanese, but dear God, it is absolutely insane. And that's not even a joke. Like, there are three different speaking methods of the language. One is talking to a child, one is talking to a friend, and one is talking to somebody like your boss. And it goes on and on like that. And it gets very very cumbersome and trying to remember three different ways of saying one word. And in the example that we used, it was hello. All we were learning to do is say hello to somebody. And I'm not talking like different variations of saying hello. I mean just saying hello. I'm not talking like saying hi or hello or how are you doing. I'm saying just hello. And then when you start getting into the complexity of different ways of saying hello to somebody, saying hi, saying how are you, or stuff like that, then it gets even more ridiculous because, like I said, you got to learn three different uh, formats, forms, kanjis, whatever it is, just to say one thing. And you got to do that for every single word. So think about it like this: for every one thing you're trying to memorize, you're actually memorizing three. So look around you right now, in your room, in your car, wherever you're at, and look at every single item and try to think of three words to refer to that item. And that's every single one of those items around you. You got to remember three different ways of saying that word. Like it gets mind-boggling. Like English is not as ridiculously difficult. Like holy cow. And that's not even a joke. I had this kind of conversation with somebody. Uh, he wasn't really Mexican, but he spoke Spanish. Uh, I had this conversation because with him a while back, and the main reason was uh, he didn't like. He was asking me about tier and tear. They're the exact same word, only two different pronunciations. Was his claim? I was like, actually, they aren't the exact same word. They have the exact same spelling. Yes, they are two different words. And when he kept going on and on and on about that, and I asked him, well, I forgot why, but I asked him, so explain to me then why you have to say no twice in one sentence. I mean, I don't understand why you have to say no twice. And he actually stopped and thought about it. He was like, and I could legit see it on his face. He's like, why do we say no twice? You only have to say no once. Now, that's not saying that I have ever actually learned Spanish or learned any other language. I was trying to learn about three different languages there for a while. I never got that far with any of them. I was trying to learn Japanese, German, and Korean all at the same time. It ended up getting a little bit too much because like I said, trying to memorize and learn Japanese was just absolutely mind-boggling. Like it was driving me crazy, especially when I found out that it has three different forms, three different kanjis or whatever. I think kanji is actually for written Chinese, but you get the point. It's got three different ways of saying one word, so you have to memorize essentially three different ways of saying a single word within one language. It's not multiple words having the same meaning, it was the same word being said three different ways and having different target audiences. Like, oh my gosh. This is the most insane thing I've ever tried to learn. Uh, I didn't really give up on it. It was more of I needed somebody to help me out, like an actual teacher. Because at the time I didn't have anybody teaching me. I was trying to learn on my own. And when I was learning some of this stuff and finding out about different things and trying to piece it together, it was just getting to be too much. I was like, I need somebody to teach me. There's no way I'm going to be able to learn this on my own. Which I have learned quite a few things on my own, but trying to learn Japanese, that is not going to work. I need you to move, chicken. Chicken got in my way. Oop, wrong button. But yeah, that's my little rant about people thinking that English is actually difficult. It's not as difficult as some other languages, trust me. And that was only three that I actually tried to learn. It was not just ones I looked at. Because I've actually looked at quite a few different languages and thought about learning it and figuring it out and everything. And some of them are not that hard, actually. It was kind of surprising. Some of them were, you could tell it would take some effort, like trying to learn Arabic. I forgot what it was about Arabic, but it was something about like rolling certain letters. I was like, no, that hurts. That physically hurts to try to do. And if you're Arabic and you know what I'm talking about, leave it in the comments. And that is not meant to be insulting either. I thought it was kind of funny and it was kind of difficult at times, and like I actually was physically hurting trying to roll my tongue in certain ways. Okay, so we're gonna come over here. I did want to kind of build this up a little bit, and I guess right along here is where we're probably going to have the retaining wall. And I'm thinking we're probably gonna have some fun with it, like make it go around and all this. But yeah, there's a few languages that are just extremely difficult, and English was not one of them. I will admit English has a lot more rules. But some of the, oh gosh, that actually made me jump. There are a lot of strange things out there as far as languages. I don't know what I just heard. Hi, Creeper, I see you. Like, I heard that zombie coming, but I didn't know where it was coming from. And it spooked me pretty good when it hit me. I'm not gonna lie, I did jump. You probably saw that on camera. I swear I hear something. I don't actually know what it is I'm hearing, though. Oh, we got a head. And we got another head. Is that wool or... No. We got plenty of pork over there. I'm not too worried about that. The only reason I'm doing this is I was hoping to get some heads dropped. I don't actually need any of this stuff. That and I need the animals to kind of stay out of my way. Get out of here. You have been evicted. You're terminated. There you go. There's your Arnold reference. Okay, so that's a little bit about language. And what else do we need? What else can we talk about? What else can we bring up? Probably not life experience stuff. And we're just going to leave that like that. We may do a little bit more terraforming there, but the idea is we're going to build a retaining wall over on this side. I do want to work on the actual shape and size of the road going up this. Again, this is all just kind of like pre-phase stuff, just getting blocks in for future projects. And showing some progress on it, because it's been something I've had bubbling in my brain for almost 2 years, almost a year now. Yeah, we haven't been on this world 2 years. We've only been on it a year. I made this world alongside Hermitcraft for their season 8, and it was originally called Celebrating Hermitcraft Season 8. And the reason for that was that I was trying, every time they started a new season, I started up a new world. And because of work and, just flat out burnout from things, I never really got that far, and I never could keep up with their progress. Like, they're absolutely insane players, so it's not surprising that I couldn't keep up with their progress. But yeah, this was the world that I made for season 8, and it is something I usually end up doing, making a world around the same time that they start a new world. It's just something I've pretty much always done since I first discovered Hermitcraft. You know what? I'm probably going to need a few more blocks for this. I'm thinking we're going to build a big old retaining wall. It's going to go all the way to this level. I'm not really sure what we could put up here. So we're going to extend all of this to that level around there and make a giant retaining wall all the way around. Yeah, I should have gone a block back. It should have been, oh well, doesn't matter. Not a big deal. I'm not sure, it's going to have to be some kind of special build that's up here, but we're going to add a retaining wall to that entire section of the mountain. Let's go ahead and just dump these in here because we're going to use up all this dirt. We probably could use some of the grass for this as well. But yeah, here we go. We're already using up some of this. And we're going to have to bring it in somewhere over here where it just cuts off and cuts up that way. So somewhere in here, this is all going to be leveled off too. Is what I'm envisioning. So anywhere we can put down our third block is where we need to go. So we can't put it down there, so that's fine. And heck, we may be able to make like a stone mountain kind of look on these areas. Wow, that turned to grass really fast. Holy mackerel, did that go quick. And yeah, we are going to fill all this in. Excuse me, pig. You're in the way. That is an interesting problem. We just got a little hole right through there. I don't feel like dealing with it. I don't think I ever realized that there were pumpkins right here. Don't even ask me where I got my pumpkins, because I know it wasn't that close. Yeah, here's the other side of this. So we're gonna make it just do like that, and we're just gonna fill this in completely with dirt. I don't see any reason not to, honestly. If we're going to close off this entire thing with some form of build, I don't really know what, then we don't need this little tunnel through here. Okay, so that's... I'm not sure how we're going to do the retaining wall either. Let alone what is actually going to be here built that it is retaining. It's definitely not going to be these poppies, though. Oh, that's going to get closed in. Oh, and we got another one of these sections. Oh gosh. Hi, creeper. Anybody else? I thought I explored all these caves. Clearly I haven't. I'm not gonna worry about that one. Yes. Yes, you just saw that. I ran from the baby zombie. Wouldn't you? It's a baby zombie. They're because of their small size, they're actually kind of difficult to hit. Okay, so this ends over here. Might be cool to have something attached to this. Oh, and this goes through over to here. We could potentially use this if I... Nope, I want the rockets. If I used this area for our church, I could potentially make catacombs down there with a crypt. That does seem like a potential idea. We got a whole nother section underneath us. I'm not going to fill this all in. That's going to be too much work to fill all that in. I just want to close it off is all I really want. That looks somewhat natural. Okay, how much of this... So now the question becomes, where do we want the road going up here? If this is going to be a church sitting up here, which I actually really do like the idea of that. Let's go... Let's grab some of our wool. We only need 5. Maybe another 6. I probably could have split that perfectly in half. Okay, let's go back. So the question is, which way do I want this facing, and how's the road gonna go? I probably should have just grabbed a bunch of that. So if I go this way, we're really close to the cliff, so I'm thinking over here. What I'm thinking, we gotta do a little bit of terraforming here. 3 is going to be the roadside, so that's 5. Okay, so the road goes this way, and then up that way. We're not going to work on the actual layout of it just yet. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab some more gray. We're just going to go ahead and grab a full stack. We'll save the just 12 for later. So my thought process is maybe this comes this way a few blocks. I'm not really sure how far. We're just kind of planning something. Because I want that. And maybe our church is up here somewhere. The road does something like that. It goes this way. So where do I want to end off with our dirt buildup? For now, we're probably going to come in and change that later. I just thought, let's just do it. 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. For now, we are essentially just going to make this right here our line to meet up with the retaining wall. I completely lost train of thought there. Now, because this is already 3 here, let's just run it straight into that. Does mean we got that little section there. Yeah, so straight into this. Well, let's get busy placing some dirt. Let's just go ahead and start doing it in lines. Might as well. Just so that we feel like we're making some progress on this. And that is going to need to come up to here. We're going to continue here because this is kind of the level that all that is at. So any spots where we need to be able to reach 3, we will. Instead of just going ahead and going way up. See, like right here. We could easily reach that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave it. And then right along here. And yeah, there's going to be some funky camera angles going on as we're filling in all these. And here, we're just going to go ahead and build this up. I don't want to fill it in completely. We're not going to worry about sections where it doesn't connect, like right there. And so that'll be fine. We'll worry about that later. We'll probably dig into the catacombs, make some old-fashioned catacombs down there, like a grave area. Like maybe this church has existed for a long time. God, I gotta get some water. I'm choking. Oh, and we are overdue. So let's put this on pause real quick. I'm going to take another break, take the dogs out, and check to see if anybody's home. I did receive a message where there was a chance between now and 30 minutes from now, family is going to be coming home. We may have to cut short. I don't know right this second. Let's just go ahead, take a break, get up, stretch, get yourself some water, get a drink, and whatever else you need to do. And I will be right back after I take the dogs out. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about the length of time that took. The dog's made a mess again, so I had to clean it up. Yeah, it's been raining here today, so it's kind of messing me up on taking care of the dogs. They keep making messes downstairs, and I have to clean it up. And I try to take them out, and because of the rain and how wet it is outside, they're not doing anything outside. So that's the problem, trying to get them uh, trained up is not really working in our favor. We're just going to continue on with what we're doing here anyway. That's fine. Because that's the level everything's going to be at eventually anyway. But yeah, if any of y'all out there have Shih Tzus and you have some knowledge on how to get them potty trained, I would much appreciate it because these 5 puppies are, well, 4 of them aren't really learning. And it's becoming quite painful to deal with. Alright, let's get rid of that. Get rid of this. And get rid of those. We've been using these to remove the grass and spots that I really just don't need it. I'm going to try and avoid picking up the rotten flesh. I don't really need the pumpkins either, but we're not going to worry about those. Those are perfectly fine in our inventory. We are very low on rockets. Let's go back and get some. I still don't know how that iron farm is even working. What I mean by that is the iron golems, the villagers per se, are somehow spawning iron golems, despite the fact that there's no zombie up there to scare them. I'm not really sure how that's working, but it is. Like, somehow it is constantly spawning them, despite the fact that there's nothing up here to scare our villagers. I was hoping we'd come up here and see one spawn, but that is definitely not the case. I could have sworn I saw one fall through that tube when we were flying over. Or flying back, that is. Let's just come back over here and continue what we were doing. Not a big deal. And we may actually end up running out of dirt on this. Which is fine. We've still got a lot of terraform to do, and I do believe we still have one other shulker box full of dirt. We only made like one more for the purpose of storing it while we were clearing areas out. So we should still have plenty for any future needs. I don't know what those future needs would need. That is a future me problem. And future me absolutely hates me. Because usually I discover that I've made some kind of critical error, such as how long a video is. As far as the live streams being long, like, it's mostly to show things are going on when no videos are coming out. I think it's important to have kind of a little balance. Like, you need stuff coming out, but you don't need stuff coming out that is relevant 100% of the time, or is just a big grind. Like, build it. You don't need to release 5 videos in a week of a massive build and boom, the build's done. Like, you're not going to build a series doing it that way. You're not going to build any kind of viewer callback, I guess. Viewer attendance. I don't really know what to put there, what to say. But yeah, the idea is we are going to try and build up a fan base in the long run. Chicken, I swear, if you get in my way, I will kill you. All right, so now let's start doing this. And again, I think what we're just going to do is just go in lines. And we'll worry about a retaining wall for all of this later. I'm still not exactly sure how we're going to go about it. I mean, obviously. I know I say that a lot, but the point is that all this is just up in the air. We are one part planning stuff out and a second part just going with, whatever I feel like at the time. Because I feel like doing things just off the cuff actually does make better builds, better, like, just letting yourself go and be in the moment of creating something really works out for me in the long run. Planning stuff out doesn't too often. Like, usually there's something wrong, it doesn't look just right. So it's better for me to just kind of go with the flow, as it were. And that's essentially what we're going to be doing with a lot of this. We're just going to go and see what happens, see what develops. If we come up with something cool, awesome. If we don't, oh well. Like, we got quite a bit of dirt face here. Again, we are going to build a dirt retaining wall of some sort around all of this. Oh, and I need to correct myself on something. I kept saying church, and what I really meant was cathedral. That is what I actually meant to say. Some kind of cathedral up here, maybe. Once we get this all filled in, we're going to see just how much area we have to play with and go from there. Normally, cathedrals are pretty big. And I actually got to see a couple of them when I was in Germany, and they are just massive with great architecture on the inside. Like, the cathedral itself is a work of art. So we are going to see, once we got all this filled in, if we've got enough space for such a project. If not, we'll come up with something to put up here on this basin, this artificial basin that we are making. But until we get all this dirt all the way around, we don't really know exactly how much area it's. So one thing about doing stuff on a flat surface, you get a better sense of the scale of something. You got a better idea of just how big something can be or how big it is. When you've got it next to certain things, like maybe a Minecraft mountain, there's really no real way to feel or see the scale of that. And I am well aware that, some bigger YouTubers and streamers have made ridiculously huge things. Um, a recent video that I've watched and I was just blown away by was the video claimed it was the biggest spaceship made in Minecraft. Whether or not that's true, I don't know, but watching the absolute insanity of it and just how big the dang thing was, it was enormous. Like, holy moly. How did somebody come up with that? Like, that thing is massive. I think they had said that it was something like 4 million blocks were used to make it. Oh, that's not good because we don't have a way up. I dealt with that problem when I was doing the wharf. Now the wharf isn't done. The wharf only extends about there, and I'm thinking we need it to go all the way around this and hopefully get a lot of builds on the ocean side. I'm not exactly sure what kinds of things we need to put. Somewhere out there, I would like to put like a beach resort, like maybe they're taking a vacation out to the beach, or maybe it's one close by in the town. I do think somewhere out there in the desert we can make a much bigger like resort type of beach, like have some big hotel out there. Um, I do need to look up some more images of builds from Victorian era, like actual actual buildings that were made, and kind of get a sense of what we're going for that way. And bear in mind, we've also got to do our best to keep the steampunk look of such a thing. Should probably move the bed closer. Where are we at? We're over here. And yes, I see the egg. We'll do our thing here in a minute. All right, cool. So, Moki, mocha latte. Mama's on her way home. Moki, hang on 1 second. Oh, she moved again. Oh, we picked up the egg. Hang on, let me do this row. We'll do our little wish. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's another egg. Make a wish. Oh, oh, okay. No wish comes true. And don't tell anybody what your wish is. They won't come true if you tell everybody. Like I'm not going to tell you what I've been wishing for. It is something specific to me and me alone. I will tell you that it is something that I would very much love to have. This is not something anybody could give me either, if that makes sense. But again, I'm not going to say exactly what it is I wish for. Well, I guess in a way it would be something that somebody could give me. Sort of. Not exactly, but sort of. I definitely think we're going to end up running out of dirt. That's fine. Get out of my way, chicken. I do wish all of y'all watching this, either on Twitch as a rerun or on YouTube as one of my videos, I do wish all of you the best. And I hope your days are filled with happiness. I hope they're filled with love. And good luck. Can we say that? Yeah, yeah. Good luck. And I hope your lives are filled with good luck. Mine has not been. And we're just going to leave it at that. Hopefully things will get better. Especially if YouTube does pick up for us, things will get a lot better. There'll be a lot less for me to worry about if YouTube actually starts picking up pace a little bit. Now we are growing very, very, very slowly, but we are growing. You know, you keep getting in my way, chicken, and eventually one of those punches is going to kill you. You know, that makes me wish, I really wish that we had some special decoration blocks in Minecraft. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of blocks you can use for decorations. There's a lot of combinations of things that you can do for decorations. Some of that stuff, though, we are not going to worry about. What I'm really referring to is purely decorative blocks. Like they serve no other function other than to look good. They're not like lights. Case in point, I would like um, something that resembles a tomb or a tombstone. I know there are mods out there for that, and I know Vanilla Tweaks has one. Uh, no, I'm talking like Raiders of the Lost Ark level of tombs. Like I want something that we can build. What is it? A monolith? No, that's what is it called? I think it is a monolith. Yeah, I can't think of what it's actually called. I think it's monolith. That could also be like a really tall structure, but I'm referring to like the crypt type of monolith. That's what I'm actually talking about. I wish we had some things. Well, no, I mean, you could build a monolith. You know what? Never mind. I don't know what I'm actually talking about. I mean, technically, you can make a grave just by doing this, putting a stair behind it. Usually, you see people do coarse dirt. That's what I've seen the most of. They put coarse dirt in a grassy area, and they put a stair facing backwards at the head of it so that it looks like a tombstone, and Yeah, you get looks like that. But what I'm actually saying is I want an actual tombstone. Like, legit, this is a tombstone. Did that flower just fall through the ground? And I am well aware of this. We are going to make it at this level. Oh, there it is. I could have sworn it fell through the ground. Give me a head. Oh, no head. No head whatsoever. Always unlucky with head drops and things. Like I went a while back, I decided I was going to go and try and get some more wither skeleton heads so that I could potentially kill a couple of withers for their nether stars. Um, I wasn't having good luck with them actually spawning. Oh, we're going to need a lot more dirt. Yeah, we weren't getting very many spawns. And that whole area has been prepped up specifically to spawn wither. Have I been saying weather? Wither skeletons. And we weren't getting hardly any in that process. Yeah, we're going to need a lot more dirt. A lot more. We still got a ways to go. And thank you all for hanging out with me. If you're watching this on YouTube, thank you for sticking with this. We have been live for 5.5 live. We have been recording. I mean, we're live on Twitch right now, but if you're watching this on YouTube, obviously we're not live anymore. So regardless of where you are watching this, thank you for watching. Thank you for showing me some support and keeping my dream alive of becoming a Twitch and YouTube streamer. We're a long ways away from being partnered with Twitch. We're a long ways away from being sponsored on YouTube. Like, I mean, like where we're making revenue off of videos. Like, we're a long way away from that. The goal there is we need about 1,000 subscribers. We need about 4,000 hours of watched content. And basically what that means is if I had 4,000 videos of 1 hour long, every single one of those would have to have been watched at least once. And if we had 1,000 people watching, 1,000 subscribers, I'd only need like 400 episodes that are 1 hour long. I don't want to set you guys through another episode that is a full hour long. We already did that. It was a complete accident. I mean, not entirely. I did the edits for that episode and realized that it was a full hour long, mostly due to a lot of rambling on about stuff. We need to cut to the chase on certain aspects. Now, here on Twitch and when we're streaming, it's perfectly fine if we're just rambling on about stuff. But in the videos, we need to like calm it down a bit. Like get it to where we're just staying on task and not running around multiple areas. I did notice I did that in my previous episode. It's not out yet. Like I said, I'm about 2 weeks ahead on making videos, so right now the the latest video isn't even out yet. It won't be out for another couple days. It is finished, it is uploaded, but it is not available to watch yet. That was just a personal choice. I was like, hey, let's just go ahead and make this to where it's out, it's available. We chopped up what is essentially one episode into 2 parts. The second part ended up being nearly 40 minutes long. It's fine. As I said, we're still trying to get a hang of exactly how long a video is, how much time we put into stuff. And I know not everybody is going to watch the streams on YouTube, but I figure in order to get more content out there so that we can start building up that 4,000 hours, we're going to be uploading every live stream to YouTube. And then hopefully over time that kind of adds up and gives us, you know, enough time to be able to watch that we can start building up a lot of that watch time. And every time somebody does watch it, it'll be great. Be fantastic. And we're out of dirt. And I just realized we've made a serious... Yeah, we've made a serious mistake. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to let it get to me. But this is going to be all wrong at some point. That's fine. We're still not even really working on what's going to be here. Yeah, we're going to come in, we're going to finish this up with the grass. Because why not? I mean, it's essentially the same thing. Only it's already grass. We don't have to worry about it growing. Not that we need it to grow because, you know, something is going to be on top of this eventually. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, give me the... This will also help out with all the dirt that's around. Get it to grass. That way it's growing quicker. In fact, I would not be surprised if some of this is already completely grass. Okay, so we got a big old area up here. Big old plateau on top of this. It does look a little bit unnatural right now. That is something we will fix eventually. Eventually we'll get around to like doing some more terraforming on this. And let's fly up here. I probably should make another pillar. And let's see what we got. It kind of blends in with everything. But yeah, we got this big old area now. This little section right here jetting out. I mean, maybe if I do an odd-shaped cathedral, it'll fit up here. The problem, as we look down, we're going to speed up. So trying to look at it from the ground is a little bit, or from the air is a little bit difficult. And if I stop over here, you can't even really make it out that well. Just all of that blends in together. It's just all green. But yeah, this whole section, probably right through here, is all filled in, ready for a build of some sort in the future. Yeah, we could potentially put a cathedral up there. We do have all this dirt. Let's go ahead and go fill in some water holes. And with this area here, like I'm not really sure if I want to level off this section. I mean, it would probably be a good thing if we did it, but I'm not really sure if that is what I want to do. That would give us more dirt and more grass. I think we got enough dirt for, or enough grass for now. We may come in with our fortune shovel. Uh-oh. I hear major barking going on. So yeah, I'm thinking because I hear all the barking going on, you're probably going to catch some of that in the background. I'm thinking this is where we're going to stop for today. We have been live for nearly 5.5 hours, not quite as long as I would like, but you know, family being home and probably wanting to see her puppy. Um, yeah, we're gonna have to stop there. Otherwise, we're just gonna get interrupted and interrupted and interrupted and interrupted. So there's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, you know, leave me a like if you enjoyed this. Leave a comment on the various things that we have talked about, and you know, I'll see you around. We'll do some more streaming in the future. I know next week we're gonna have to focus on making a video, so there may not be that much streaming. The streaming, I still don't really have a plan for it. We do need to stream more to build up some followers, uh, but yeah, that's something that's just gonna come with time. So. Yeah, I will see you guys next time. Enjoy. Have a great day. Have a great night. Have a great holiday. I need to make an end credits scene. I just remembered that. And yeah, I'll see you guys around. Have a great one.